Hi there, story finders. Welcome to another live productivity stream with me, Misha Garrick, creativity maven, and just general lover of life and things and learning new uh, things and skills and stuff. So trying to branch out a little bit because I feel like just being like I'm a writer, it just feels a little bit limiting because I do a lot more than write. But that's how it is. Sorry for the bad lighting. Yesterday my curtain rod fell out of the wall, so I have a window and it's currently a little bit chilly, so I decided no, I'm going to stay under the covers for now, but I will move to my living area a little later on, which has a bit better lighting. Catherine's here. Hi, Catherine. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? What will you be working on? All the fun things, let me know. I, yeah, so on my side, while I'm waiting for Catherine to respond, because so far it's just me and you, Catherine, um, I want to just kind of ease into my day because I basically started this as soon as I was awake. So um, I want to just lay out the first few tasks on my to-do list for today. And then I just also need to keep an eye on the weather because the doggo is outside to have his breakfast, but it is going to start raining and storming again. But it's been uh, tricking me a bit. Last night I let the dog in and he was soaking wet because it rained, but it rained so softly that I didn't notice. So, and it was dark, so I couldn't see through the open window. But so I just need to keep an eye on that. But I want to do the so I want to do my task list, and then I think one of the first other things will be coffee and breakfast. Maybe together, maybe separately. We'll see. And then yeah, we're going to be easing into the day, kind of similar to what we did yesterday. We're going to be productive, but there's no set time limit for the breaks. So we're going to chill and chat and do all kinds of things together, and then yeah, jump into the sprint when we feel ready to do it, honestly. But the sprints themselves will be about 25 minutes, unless, like what happened yesterday, I need a bit more time. So that'd be the plan, basically. It's not very involved, but we're just going to be nice and chill because, like I said in the description, we're going to have a rough, not rough, but it's always like January is always we want to get into it, and it's so high intensity and a lot of energy and stuff. So I feel like this time of the year is a bit more about storing energy, so resting up, doing things that fill the well, if I can put it that way, so that when it comes to the high intensity work, it just it's there. We need to have resources for us to use them. So um, yeah, that's basically we can't use resources that we don't have. So for me, this time of year doing productivity streams, they are more about refreshing, refilling the well, recovering from the past year, and then but at the same time still getting things done, because I find that doing nothing for a week or two and then suddenly getting back into work mode for the new year, just that it's a bit of a shock to the system, and I don't like it. So that was my that was kind of my thinking for these streams. Catherine says, just getting up. I was hoping that I would go back to sleep, but no dice. Oh no. Chief Insomniac reporting for duty. Nice. Well, maybe it's a good idea for us to get like our, well, for me, coffee, and you, maybe something like tea, and then if you fall asleep again, woohoo! If not, then you still have tea. um, Daznak is here. Hi, welcome, welcome. I know you're a first time person, so let me know a bit more about you, as much or as little as you want, but let me know. And yeah, let me know what you are working on, what you are planning to do for today. I'm also thinking a little bit of experimenting a bit with mindfulness stuff today, not so much making you guys meditate and so on, but just getting, just kind of feeling, because it's a nice thing to have like little mindfulness moment to refresh after a sprint, and then from there to get into um sorry, my brain is not braining today, it seems, but basically just to get into the present moment again, and then from there to get into productivity and so on. So it's going to be yeah, I think it's just going to be it's going to be the just a little, just gentle. Yesterday we were focusing on the flow, getting into flow again after um Christmas and stuff, but now we are in that flow state. But now it's the important thing, I think, is to kind of stay grounded and stay present. So we're going to kind of play a little bit with that today. um Kay's here. Hey, Kay. Kay says, good morning. Hello, hello. What will you be doing today? And Kay says, hey, Catherine. And this is the other chief insomniac. So Kay and Catherine, for new peeps, they are my chief insomniacs, my insomniacs in chief. And they are um they are in the US, so this is very early for them, like 3ish, well, maybe 4ish, but yeah. Kay saying, Chief A, can I be the captain? Catherine says, inertia. A body in motion remains in motion, a body at rest remains at rest. Ah, you remembered that I'm a tea drinker. Yes. Dasnak says, hey, I am from the UK. Breakfast tea here. Nice, nice. Oh, yeah, on my side, I'm South African, by the way, so I drink rooibos, but rooibos isn't caffeinated, so the morning the morning thing is coffee for me. Kay says, cheers the bomb. Yeah. Catherine says, Kay, you can be co-chief. We're a very egalitarian group. Yes, we're more of an anarchist collective. Kay says, that works, lol. And Kay says, it's 4 a.m. Cry. Oh. Well, let's see. Maybe we can get to sleep, and then maybe we, or maybe not. Who knows? I find with sleep things. Sorry, I've got something on my lip now. With sleep things, I find that not stressing about not sleeping is uh, if you stress about not sleeping, you're actually going to sleep less. Basically, it's not productive. It's counterproductive. There's the word I'm looking for. Oh gosh, my brain. uh, Kay says, anarchist collective lol. Ruffle, not rolling on floor laughing. So Kay says, I'm sure I didn't spell that right. You actually did. Well done. Okay, so I think with that, I think it's time for us to do our first sprint. So before we're going to sprint, I think let's just take a moment to just get into like a present frame of mind. Um, Kay is saying, "Yay! Good to know that brain is braining." Yes, definitely, definitely. It's always nice to have a braining brain. So okay, so we're going to start with sprinting now. So this is going to be a long one again, a long, productive marathon. So there's no rush today. We aren't rushing for anything unless you have a deadline. But if you have a deadline, like, why, who would be that cruel? So just be kind to yourself and kind of get into the mode. I think if like most of us are doing coffee or tea, so that's your challenge for now. If you are making coffee and tea, or tea, focus on the texture of the coffee, or I'm saying coffee, but you know what I'm saying. Focus on the texture, focus on the smell, focus on the sound as you're boiling your water, um, and even as you're pouring the water into your mug, just kind of stay in that moment. Use and try to engage all of your senses. Feel the way that the mug feels in your hand, like the weight of it, the warmth, and then of course savor the taste when you're drinking it. Um, that's your challenge. Should you choose to accept it, it's just a little mindfulness trick to kind of just get into this moment, and then after that, um, we jump into the other things. But it's just we just want to get into that like gentle present sense, because if we stay in the present, the stress goes down. So, and also, um, staying in the present helps to refresh our brains, get into more of a restful state, all those fun things. So yeah. Catherine says about 3:15 for me. I'm in the States, but it's English breakfast tea all the way. My doctor read me the Riot Act years ago when he found out that I could down 20 cups of coffee a day. Oof, yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Kay says, I have a personal deadline of the end of February. If I write 550 words a day, I can read, sorry, I can reach a good sized novella with that around, which is about 30K. So working on that. Nice. Don't know where this is coming from. It's time for coffee. Catherine says, brain is braining, mind is winding. Good. Um, yeah, Catherine also added to what I said for our sensations and mindfulness around our beverages. Catherine said the color of the beverage, the aroma, focus on, and let the sensations pass. Exactly. You know the memo. Kay says, I've had to change from coffee to tea for the same reason. I just realized I was drinking way too much of it. We're talking about 2 pots sometimes. Oof, yeah, that's a lot. All right, so with that, I'm going to set us up for our first sprint. We are going to sprint for 25 minutes. So take your time a little bit with the coffee or the tea, and then we will meet back and see how much we got done. And with that said, I will see you guys. So I'm going to counting us down now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Enjoy your drink of choice. And time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you did. I have a naughty pupple who is now inside. No, no eating the foot. No, I'm going to throw you out in the rain. You wouldn't, Mom. It's literally like, would you? Would you really? Oh, he's being naughty. But the thing is, because he wants his stuff toy, but he tore it. So now, and I can't find my needles and thread and things. So I haven't been able to fix it yet. Yes. Oh, he's very dramatic now. And now, because I want to fix it for him, but now I haven't been able to find that stuff yet. Oh, this lighting is terrible. Sorry, guys. I think for the next sprint, I'll move. No. Now he's licking my toes. It's like, no, I don't know why you're complaining, Mom. I'm just here. Let's say hi to Chewy. Hello, Joy. Left the what? Left the wires? Oh my gosh. So yeah. So mommy, look. Oh, he's so cute, baby. He's literally put his nose on my knee, and then he squeezes his eyes closed. It's like, oh, Bobby, yeah, this is good. I like lovies. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah, so it suddenly started raining, so I had to quickly go and open him up, or open up for Chewy to come in. That's sorry, that was just a lost in translation moment. But because he has a tendency when he wants to come in, he'll stand in the rain, and then he's soaking wet. So I had to rush to go get him inside. So yeah, let's see. Lots of comments. So so Catherine said, a stream of unconsciousness. I was in the kitchen making tea, and for some reason I wasn't sure of how to spell. Now I don't know how to spell guafenison. I'm not so. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's not a mid. That's Mucinex. I know. I saw later on that it's a generic kind of thing, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. I went to the cupboard to check, and no matter how you spell it, the bottle had expired in 2020. Oof. Yeah, so it's probably a good thing that you checked how to spell it. Sorry, my dog is being naughty again. Hey, los, ik had... Hey! Ons sal nou vir Chimkin gaan haal, hoor? Nee, los my foot. Oh, he is definitely looking for a toy, so I will have to go fetch that ASAP. So Catherine said the generic Benadryl was better, and that was 323. So yeah, that's also expired. Better check the rest of my OTC meds. And no, it was purely stream of unconsciousness. That was to answer Kay's question of whether Catherine had congestion in the chest. And it was like, no, it's purely stream of unconsciousness. Guaifenicin, I don't know. Guaifenicin works on mucus everywhere. I tend to use honey in my tea. I think it works well as a demulcent, if not better, and it certainly tastes better. And the other thing is, it is also antimicrobial. So if it's like a thing that's not like a virus, it actually helps. It's almost it helps helps to kill whatever it is you have going on, if you have, especially if it's in your throat. Catherine says Mucinex is guaifenicin in an extended release form. No. He's busy with my bedding. Sorry. Ek gaan vir jou uitjaag. You want to be outside, dog? You want to be outside, dog? Hey, excuse me. Yeah, no. I'm going to have to get him something to play with because he needs some diversion. Hey, and he threw the chimkin outside, so I'm going to have to go out in the rain to go fetch it. Hey, no. Buckies. This is him looking for attention now. He knows that this is going to get him attention, and I'm going to stop paying attention to other things until he stops, so he won't stop. And Catherine says, Mucinex is guaifenesin in an extended release form. I may have been reacting to my eternal sinus congestion. I also have that problem. But I find that pineapple helps. I actually have a pineapple. No! Sorry. He is trying to tear. Ek gaan vir jou buite gooi. Wil jy buite hond wees? You want to be outside dog? Oh, he's very naughty. I'll have to go get Chimkin ASAP. So I also have eternal sinus congestion, but I find that pineapple, just normal pineapple, 1 or 2 rings a day, that's very helpful. And I just realized I actually have a pineapple and I need to eat it ASAP. So that might be on the menu for today. Maybe as part of like a fruit salad. And if you're wondering what I'm doing now, is my dog has captured my hand in his mouth. He's not biting me, but he's holding it. So he's being a very naughty doggo. Yes, no, leave the bedding. He's looking at me like, Mom, but I want to. Kay says, right, that's what I usually take for sinus congestion, but mostly for chest congestion. I've had pneumonia 6 times in the past 10 years, which is atypical. And it was a godsend on top of what they gave me. Oh, yeah, that's intense. The last time I had pneumonia, it was probably because of COVID. No, you are being naughty. You are being an impossible and naughty dog. Yes. No, you're supposed to be good dog. That and Tessalon pearls. Kay also says, Chewy would never be naughty dog. Oh, he is. Ow! He's literally like, why are you saying ow? I'm just playing with you, Mom. Kay saying, let him play with Chimkin. Yeah, definitely. I just have to go find Chimkin because this one carried a Chimkin outside and now I don't know where he went with it. Catherine says, Doc wrote me a script for Tessalon pills once, but the pharmacy couldn't fill it. It was rarely used back in my ER days, let alone now. Poor Chewy, underappreciated. Yes, that's exactly how he feels. It's like, it's sad. Okay, says Manuka honey is awesome for helping heal wounds. Yes, it's very expensive though. Normal honey is actually also awesome for helping to heal wounds. When I was taking horse riding lessons at one stage, if the horse had like a wound, like even a deep one, and they'd make like a balm with honey and I can't remember what the other thing was that they put in it. But I think it was like some kind of herb. I want to say rosemary or something. So the rosemary would keep the flies away and the honey was there to help it heal. And it really worked instead of like actual medicine. Because horses, it's like if you put medicine and like stuff like that on a horse every time, it gets very expensive. Because they are kind of also like a dog, a freaking goofball, and they do stupid things around things that can hurt them. Okay. He just wants love. I will go get him Chimkin as well, but then be prepared because Chimkin is very noisy. Catherine says, yes, you pronounced it right. Yay. And Kay says, Chewy is a good boy. You leave him alone. I'm just giving him attention because I'm trying to divert him from being naughty. Because you can be a good boy and still be a naughty boy. So I'm just kind of diverting him so that he's not a naughty boy. But he's actually just wanting some love and attention. He asked to go out early this morning again, and I let him out so that I can go back to sleep. And I think now he feels neglected, the poor baby. Kay says, we use Manuka honey for our sighthounds, but they have no body fat, so skin tears easily and straight down to the muscle. Oh, yeah. So we use it to help the healing process. Yes, that makes sense. Catherine says, I've seen granulated sugar used to pack bed sores in the hospital. Yeah, we actually... Sorry. Hey, leave the pillow. You are going to be banished to the outside world, and the outside world is wet right now. Oh, he is chaos dog now. Ow. Granulated sugar, but you can probably help me with this. But if I remember correctly, granulated sugar is actually sterile. So it's actually a good thing to pack into bed sores and stuff. But I know in my country, if you take granulated sugar and you mix it with what we call sunlight liquid, but basically dishwashing soap, it actually acts to draw out like pus and nasty things like in the body. I don't know why it works, but it's like a first aid trick that people get taught here. Oh, is it that ear? Oh, I don't know if you can listen here. He is groaning because I was rubbing his ear. So, guy saying you must be rubbing his ears. Yes, yes, I was. And he was like literally like, yes, mom, more. Kay says disubitus sores are nothing to mess with. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So Catherine says the buggies go to the easiest source of sugar. That makes sense. Because obviously sugar is the easiest source. Okay. All right. So this dog is becoming impossible. So I am going to go set us up for our next sprint. And then I shall... Oh, hey. Do not eat me. No biting. No biting. Good dog. No. No biting. Um, I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. And then I'm going to go find Chimkin. So let's see. And in case anyone is wondering who Chimkin is, we'll show him now. Ow! No. 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 Naughty dog. Ow. No biting. No biting. All right, sorry. This dog is being very naughty. All right. Let me set us up. And then I will count us down. Ow! No. He's really being naughty. No. 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 No biting. No. No. Now he's just being very, very impossible. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, ow! 1. And times up, lovely people. Let me know how you did. Catherine was saying that Chewy sounded like a didgeridoo when I was rubbing his ears. Now that's a spelling conundrum. It's di didgeridoo, but I knew what you were talking about. I actually heard someone play one once, like live. It's actually quite an amazing thing to listen to. Kay says, I laugh because I understand, because of Chewy being full chaos dog. And then he got outside again because he's in timeout as he was chasing the cats. Unfortunately for the kitties, as much as they want to, I'm not letting them out until New Year's because of people launching fireworks and stuff. Chewy, I don't think will be able to escape, but the cats can jump over the wall. Although Chewy can theoretically jump over the wall, I just don't think he knows. But that's also why he sleeps inside at night. The positive thing is, oh my gosh, it's raining again. And the dog is being silly. So now, but it's just it's like a mist rain. So he can actually just find shelter. He's being passive aggressive. Anyway, so I'm hoping that because of the rain, there won't be a lot of fireworks because that would just be perfect. I'm sounding like a Scrooge at Christmas with bah humbug, but I don't know. I just don't find I like fireworks like to a certain extent, but I don't find the point about why people would want to fire them off when they're amateurs. I like fireworks as art, not as let's just make noise and see if we can ooh shiny. And yeah, it's not my thing. So yeah, so the kitties are inside and they're very frustrated with that because they want to be outside kitties. And even if they are outside, they don't go outside of the yard. But I'm just scared if they get frightened by the fireworks that they will run away. So I just don't want to take that chance. But now, of course, they're a captive audience for when Chewy decides he wants to play with them. And that is why Chewy went outside dog. Ah, he's such a... Okay, there he goes. He's going to go get some shelter, I hope. I bring him in. I'm more worried when it's raining heavily because then the floor where he lies down gets muddy. But right now it should be fine. He's just being a drama llama. But yeah, so on my side, I'm just basically working my way through my to-do list because somehow I woke up this morning with 59 major tasks on my task board, which is impossible. There's just no freaking way that I'm ever going to get to everything. So now I'm having to weed through all of them and kind of postpone some and just figure out which ones are priorities for today, stuff like that. And it's quite a task. I thought I'd be done already, but it's been like an hour and a half and I'm still not done. So it's a process.
Hello, Bean. Beanie is here. Hi, come say hi to the peoples. Hello. I am supposed to be the only chaos animal in this house, but that big monster thing that my mom brought home one day, he's just a chaos monster, and I cannot control him. He wants to lick me, and he makes me full of gop, and it's terrible, and it's very embarrassing.
So yeah. Sorry, but yeah, Beanie is actually, she thinks she's the only chaos gremlin in the house, but Chewy is just like next level. But I think it's mostly because Chewy is such a big animal. You just feel the impact of the chaos a lot more. Oh my gosh, he's an orphan, I tell you, an orphan, all by myself. Yeah, it's a thing. All right, so I am not seeing anything from either Catherine or Kay, so I'm kind of wondering if they both fell asleep, which is lovely. I hope that I would love that for them. So, with that said, I'm going to count us down for our next sprint, and then I will see you guys in 25, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! And time's up, guys. Let me know how you did. Lots of comments came in after the sprint started. So let's see. Catherine says, my small city, New Bedford, runs a first night celebration. It's a newbie among first night celebrations, but it's getting there. Oh, that's cool. And Catherine saying, hey, wait a minute. It takes me a longish time to type on this decrepit keyboard. It's easier for a large creature to generate chaos. Yes, definitely. Sorry, I will be a bit more patient next time, Catherine. Wait, I selected the wrong button. There we go. I'm back in my room because it's a bit humid in the living area, so I'm just kind of chilling out here again for a little bit. Kay says, "Oh, Chewy, lol." Yeah, at least it stopped raining, so you can stop being dramatic. Kay says, "Fireworks are illegal here in city limits, but people still do it." Yeah, yeah. Kay says, "Working my way through this chapter and my tasks too." Nice. And Kay also saying, "I'm here. I wish I was sleeping." And then Catherine said, private fireworks are illegal here too, but yep, people still do it. I'm too far north to see the city fireworks. If I look out my dining room window, I can see some from the town next door. Nice. Catherine also says, when I lived by the beach, I could walk down to the neighborhood cookout and watch the fireworks across the water. And then I'd rush home and look out my bedroom window to see some of our towns. That's nice. Yeah, I don't have like a problem with fireworks so much, but it's just it's just the thing. Oh, sorry, I choked. Um, I just it's just that the impact it has on the animals kind of I don't like that. But I realize fun is fun and all that stuff. So live and let live and all that. But yeah, poor babies. I kind of hope that we don't have too many fireworks nearby because then my furry babies are all not going to be scared. Although Floof isn't scared, she's just like da 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 da. Beanie is scared of fireworks. I don't know about Chewie actually, but I think he was because he was inside that night last year because he was born right before the he was born in November last year, so he oh, sorry, I'm just trying to find a comfortable place situation here for myself, a comfortable position. Yeah, so Chewy and Beanie were both born early November last year, and so they just managed to be there in time for fireworks. Poor babies. But Beanie doesn't like loud noises. Floof is just like, huh. But still, I think it's different if you're not out, if you're outside and you don't know what's going on. So I don't want her to be caught outside with fireworks and stuff. La 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 la. So I finally got through my task list, and at least got started doing something. So at the moment, what I am doing is doing some French practice. I am nearly done. I have like one lesson left, and then we will see how I get along with other things. Today is uh, the, basically the focus I chose for today is decluttering. So it's not necessarily physical. It can be mental. It can be my task list. It can be all kinds of stuff. So, oh, sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Just wanted to make sure I'm done before I deafen you guys with my loud sneezes right into my microphone. So yeah, so I I've got a lot of things that I can declutter, and I'm probably not going to get to all of it, but I reckon, if I can do a few things, it's still going to be better because I think um I'm reaching a point. I don't mind clutter so much, but it reaches a point where it literally like affects me on an emotional level, And I'm kind of getting to that point. So I just want to kind of establish a sense of control again. So I think the main ones on my to do list today will be to go through my inbox and maybe unsubscribe from some newsletters. And then packing the dishwasher so that my dishes are away, and then maybe unpacking one or two boxes. But we'll see. But also part of the decluttering today is like just getting tasks done. So at the moment, the one that came up was French, but I'm basically seeing how much of my to-do list I can basically clean off for today. And yeah, without being too stressful on myself, but it's a balance. It's a balance. Catherine says, gratuitous noise is no fun. I knew a combat vet who essentially had to hide out on New Year's Eve and July 4th. If I wanted to support him, I had to skip the fun stuff. Yeah, it's um yeah, like now PTSD is not fun. And I actually grew up in a situation that resulted in me getting PTSD around certain loud noises. But not fireworks so much, fortunately, but I can recognize um, gunshots. And once, like, when was it? That was 2015. There was an armed robbery in a place. It wasn't even that close. It was like, I think, probably 5 miles from where I lived, but the noise carried and I recognized it. And then it's going to sound weird, but for more than 2 weeks afterwards, um, okay, so what happened actually, let me just say, it wasn't just an armed robbery. It was an armed robbery, but what they didn't realize, the robbers didn't realize, is that the local armed security basically stopped at the place that they were robbing for coffee every night. So when they started with the guns, the armed security was right there. So it was a shootout. So there was actual shots being fired. And I heard the shots and basically rolled out of my bed, like literally, like as a in the middle. It was in the middle of the night, and then I kept doing that for like 2 weeks afterwards, because my brain just automatically went, if after the gunshots and recognizing that it was gunshots, um there was, yeah, I would then afterwards, for the smallest noise, roll out of my bed, like just as a self-defense mechanism that I didn't even realize I had. So it is like, I have so much sympathy for people with PTSD, because even that was like shitty enough. But people who really, like, who went through full combat, actual war, you know, and the loud noises get to them. I have so much sympathy. It's a terrible thing. And yeah, so um it's yeah, it's no fun. So I honestly, that's also, I mean, we're talking about the animals and stuff, but for combat vets, for people with PTSD, it's, yeah, it's a thing. Catherine says 2 weeks is within normal limits. Yeah, definitely. I wasn't worried enough about that to do anything, because I knew it would just eventually settle down, because I knew it wasn't an ongoing situation. But it was like literally like to have a good night's sleep, and then just kadoof, and you wake up having rolled onto the floor for 2 weeks. That part of it was less than fun. But just that, it just made me realize that, like, imagine like having really intensive PTSD. Um, because mine, I think to a large extent, mine is under control now. Maybe I should just also mention, so in South Africa, if you live in rural areas, there is a very severe problem with what they call farm murders. So basically, what happens is there's people who go onto farms and then they with ostensibly to rob the people, but they actually honestly my thinking around that, and I'm not like a clinical psychologist, but I have more than a passing interest in it, and my thinking is that people should stop approaching it as robberies and more as serial killers with robberies as a side effect. um the reason being that a good many people who have been murdered like this also were tortured, stuff like that. So I'm not going to go into too deep because it's very, very nasty. But the point about that is that I grew up, I could fire a 9mm gun as soon as my hands were big enough to hold the gun and pull the trigger. So, um, and I knew from a very young age that if I lifted a gun, it would be to kill someone. So that was kind of those were the situations that we grew up in. And then I moved away. And I think in that time where I moved away, it gave my brain the time it needed to heal. But basically, like what my doctor said to me, my psychologist said to me, is two ways of getting PTSD. You can either experience a traumatic event or experience it by proxy and feel like you are living in a pressure cooker long term while you are a child. And I did the latter. And and that's why I said, so the moment my brain registered that it's gunshots, because there's always been, like, I never realized it until that night, but there's a part of me that always listens. Even as I'm sleeping, there's a part of me that listens for any abnormal sounds that sounds like a threat. So that hypervigilance has been ingrained in me to the point where I wasn't aware of it until that, like, because it was within, there were a few shots being fired. It was like within 2 shots, it was like, is that a gun? And I was off the bed. But it was like literally, it's now, like I said, now it's a bit more under control. Although I did have a lot of PTSD symptoms trigger in like last year, towards the end of the year, but mostly around like the trauma from like my family and then my roommates. And so it was actually quite a good sign to me that I didn't really seem to have PTSD symptoms now after the whole thing with my aunt, because it tells me that my resilience is building up again, and I'm not getting as hurt and damaged from the situation. But yeah, long story short, sorry, I didn't really want to talk about me the whole time, but it was just to say that I have sympathy for people with severe PTSD, because even the extent to which I have it is quite enough for me. I don't want more. I'm quite happy with my dose. So yeah, Kay says those of us with PTSD tend to hide during that time too. Yeah, depending on the type of trauma, we usually turn the TV or to headphone mode, and I have, or we usually turn the TV to headphone mode, and I have my noise cancelling headphones for those nights. Yeah, for me, like I said, for me, I can instantly recognize whether it's a firework or a gun. So I don't really get bothered by fireworks so much. I think people with PTSD who respond to fireworks a lot, like again, like you said, it depends on the trauma. For me, it was around specifically getting attacked with firearms. So I recognize the moment I hear a firework, I listen and it's like, okay, it's a firework, and then it's fine. But the moment I hear something and it's not a firework and I either can't identify it or I identify it as a threat, that's usually when my PTSD triggers. And Catherine says, it's the risk of serious injury or death to self and others that is the stressor. Yes, definitely. And again, I don't want to go into too much detail because there was some serious shit that happened. Um, and it's still an ongoing situation. I'm just removed from it because I no longer live in rural areas so much. But there are some seriously traumatic things that when I was a kid, that I heard. Like, fortunately, I was blessed that I never got to experience any of it directly. But again, like I said, that's why I said it's like a serial killer thing. Like once someone attacked a farm and it was an old man and they tortured him, and what they did is, for we as security measures had radios that went, it wasn't two-way radios, it was like an open radio, and everyone, all the farms in the area were connected together. So what those sorry for the word, but those motherfuckers did is they turned on the radio so that everyone could hear the noise of that person being tortured, and I heard it. So it was stuff like that is highly highly traumatic, and I don't talk about it a lot because I think it's something that is difficult for people to understand if they haven't experienced trauma. So, but needless to say, like just that event, I think, was like a watershed moment. You know, it was so bad at one stage. Like my brother and I, my mom would bathe us. Like before we were, I think I was grade 1 or 2, and my brother was 3 years younger, so he wasn't even in school yet. She would bathe us together, and then she'd sit on the side of the bath, and she'd sit here, and the 9 mil would be right next to her as we're bathing. Um, so yeah, it was a lot. So yeah, when people talk, like when people wonder about when I'm talking about like, yeah, I know, I recognize gunshots. It's because I either shot myself or like because of the fact that I've heard people shoot at each other, and it's a thing. People don't realize it, but it's a real thing. Um, Catherine says hypervigilance was adaptive and related to survival when you were young, but once things normalized, it began to get in the way. And why shouldn't you talk about you? Yeah, well, it's not that I shouldn't talk about me, but I just don't want to make everything about me, if I can put it that way. It's just for me, like talking about me in relation to something else feels like I'm relating to it, like to show people that I do relate. But then a lot of people read it as it's not all about you, you know, and well, that's what I've been told. So I try to be aware of that. Catherine says some people trigger to yelling, others to an element of the appearance of the abuser. Yeah, definitely. For me, I definitely have like I want to say PTSD, like other than gunshots, like for a different reason. I have a response to rejection, like more than people say, oh yeah, you have severe anxiety around rejection. It's like, yeah, but any perception of rejection triggers like a panic attack in me. Like it's not good, and I've been working on it, but it is a process that, because I only really became aware of it uh, over the past year and a half, so it's still a process. Okay, says I just realized that I was like 2 minutes behind. Lol, I had to forward it to where you're talking now. Yeah, that happens to me. That I do that too sometimes. I don't know how it happens. It's just like there's a little delay between YouTube and the stream, and then you get behind. It's frustrating. Catherine says that was terrorism. Yeah, the main reason why I don't classify it, like a lot of Afrikaans people, and because it's actually, and it's not so much now, but like after apartheid ended, a lot of white people got targeted. Now it's not like these guys are equal opportunity dickheads, but um, the reason why I don't really call it terrorism is that I tend to believe that it's a little like a disorganized gang of people, or 1 or 2 people that does this, and it happens a lot, but it's probably not because it's coordinated, but rather because our policing state, the state of our police services are in shambles. So it's not um a lot of people, I think if you're in that situation, it feels like everyone is against you. But for me to classify something as terrorism, I feel like there needs to be a sense of organization behind it. But that specific, it's more um the way I see it is like people getting off on, like if you're a psychopath, people getting off on the news headlines and stuff. So the radios and putting it on and knowing that people are reacting and you can listen to them reacting, it just gave them like that, that kind of feeling more than specifically terrorism, if that makes sense. I think that was my feeling around it. It was going to, it's more, it feels more personal than terrorism, if I can put it that way. And South Africa, and the reason why I also think about it more as like a serial killer rather than a terrorist group or organization, is in South Africa we have a serial killer problem. We actually have the biggest number of serial killers per capita in the world. We actually beat the US. And now there's always the question, is it because the police catches so many of them? Because we do actually have a very good criminal psychology unit that basically the stats are at the moment that from where they become aware of a serial, whether it's a rapist or a killer, from where they become aware of a serial to where they arrest a serial is 6 weeks on average. And the quickest was, I think, I want to say 4 days. So we have a very, very good psychology unit, but the overall police force at the moment, for a variety of reasons, aren't very good. So because of that, people aren't able to police like the rural areas and stuff. So it's a mess. It's a real mess. Catherine says, we're not going to talk about my post-traumatic symptoms. I don't hit enough characteristics to qualify as PTSD, but last spring was wicked. Yeah, it's the same like for me. I got classified as having anxiety disorder because I missed one diagnostic mark for clinical depression. So I've always kept it in mind that I always talk about it as anxiety because that's what I've been diagnosed with. But I've always been aware that there's probably the line of difference between the two is really, really very, very small. The degree of difference for me is very small between depression and anxiety. So I've always carried that awareness. So even if you don't hit enough characteristics, I'm aware that maybe on some days you do. So who knows? But it's I think, and the reason why I'm talking about this to this extent is I feel like we need to talk about it. And when I say we, the people who suffer and the people who deal with this shit, like whatever mental health issue it is, understand when some people don't want to, but I do feel like there needs to be more of a voice around these things, and if it comes up in conversation, it should be talked about, so that if people who don't suffer from this stuff can actually start to hopefully learn about it a bit and understand where people are coming from when they are suffering. Catherine says, the experts say that the people are acting to achieve a social or political goal. That stupidity with the radio was characteristic of terrorism. That's true. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you because a lot of people believe that. So that it is, and that the attacks on farmers, that it is actually a form of terrorism. I'm hesitant to call it that, but again, because I believe something else about it, but I do understand why people believe that. But it's to an extent, some people want to say that it's genocide, which is even a step further, but I don't, we're not there. We're not there yet because it's not government sanctioned. It's more government negligence rather than anything else, but it's not targeted negligence either because there are children being shot every day in like the poorer areas by gangs. So our gang violence is through the roof, and children and people and innocents are getting killed there as well, and the police just can't get a handle on it. So like I said, it's not aimed at a specific social group. It's a shitty situation. But it is, like, to give you an idea, because people never realized, but it is so bad. Like, any person, like even me living in the city, I am within 2 degrees removed from someone who lost someone to a farm murder. And that's pretty much everyone in the white community in South Africa. Um, you either know someone who was killed, or you know someone who knows someone who was killed. So it's really it's a thing, and it's sad. I don't talk about it a lot because I feel kind of hopeless about it sometimes. And again, I'm not the only person in this boat. There are other people and other groups, and oh, there are so many issues. The world is fucked up, you know. Um, Kay says, "Lol, we actually beat the US." Yeah, that's so sad and laugh worthy at the same time. Yeah, I think I always say, and someone, I can't remember who it was. It was actually like someone reasonably famous, but I can't remember who said it. But they said, our country has been hurt for a very long time, but there is no healing for them, for those who have been hurt. So they cry in blood and they cry in bullets. And it's very true. Like, the harm that has been done and that continues to be done um self-perpetuates in violence, and it's not just aimed at one group or another. It just is. And it's sad, because I really hope that one day we get to a point where that healing does happen, but we're not there yet. But yeah, the point about that is, I think that trauma, and that with poverty, with, like, we have a lot of social issues, and all that put together results in, like, basically a pressure cooker that just is perfect conditions for psychopaths and narcissists to emerge. And yeah, and then along with that, the level of poverty makes it really, really easy for serial killers to emerge and then operate. So we have some serial killers, they've been caught, but I think, like, one of them, Moses Sitole, I think if I remember correctly, he was convicted of like 20 murders, but I think they pinned like 56 on him, but they couldn't prove all of it, like, to a legal extent. So it's a big thing, but it's because people are poor. And why I say that is that in South Africa, most serial killers lure their victims by telling them they have a job for them. And a lot of them migrate from where they live to cities and stuff to get work. And then they lose contact with their family, so nobody even knows they're missing. So it's just a perfect condition for serial killers to work in. And but that's also, I guess, why our clinical psychology unit is so very, very, very good at what they do. Um, Catherine says some experts call it partial PTSD. Others used to call it post-traumatic stress syndrome, but the army took that term over to avoid labeling it as a disorder. I understand. And there are advantages to talking about it, indeed. Maybe 20 years ago, talking about it changed the definition about the onset and timing of symptoms. That made it easier to get treatment. I gave up seeking help after 3 months and probably would have quit earlier, but my poor PCP was going nuts trying to find me help. Yeah. Oh. No, it's definitely, at least I don't know how it is for you guys, but in South Africa there is quite a stigma still around mental health. So yeah, I think talking about it to help with the destigmatization is an important thing to do. All right, so after that long chat, I think it is time for us to jump into our next sprint, or not jump, but like stroll into our next sprint. So I will count us down. And please feel free to leave more comments. I will pick up where we left off after our sprint. But before you go into whatever you are planning to do, just take a moment and breathe in for 4, hold your breath for 4, breathe out for 4, hold your breath for 4, breathe in for 4. They call it box breathing, so it's 4 seconds. 4 seconds in, or 4 counts in, let's say 4 counts in, 4 counts hold, 4 counts out, 4 counts hold. And then you just do that a few times just to kind of clear your head. And then we get into the thing. That's your challenge, should you choose to accept it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go, lovely peoples. And I'm back. Time's up, everyone. Let me know how you did. Of course, while I was away for a minute was when my internet decided to take a break. But I am back again, so let me know how you guys did. I'm just quickly calling up the timer video again, but I will stop it. There we go. All right. On my side, I just remembered that I forgot to take some tablets this morning, so I just quickly went and did that. And then Floof was looking up at me like the Victorian child that she is, and she's like, "Mother, I am famished, mother. There might still be kibble within my bowl, but I can see the bottom of it, and therefore I demand that you fill the bowl, mother." So yeah, so that kept me a little busy for a second there. Other than that, I also just sat down and decided what I want for lunch. And then as I was sitting down, it struck me that I actually have two options that I could actually do. But I'm thinking I'm going to do the second option tonight. Because, so the first option is toast with avo and a fried egg, or two fried eggs, depending. And then the other option is pasta with tuna and canned mussels, which I think will be lovely. Because I need to get back to cooking, but I've still been a little bit hesitant around the meat subject for obvious reasons. So I'm thinking that the canned tuna should be safe for me to consume. So I think I'm going to be making some macaroni and tuna tonight. But that is an easy, quick thing to do in the evening, and also then it's a little cooler. Although it's very cool today, it's we're 75-ish degrees Fahrenheit at the moment, so it's not terrible, but it is a bit humid at the moment in the living area. So, oh, sorry, I just noticed that the wire's out. It fell off of my bed and I didn't even notice. There we go. So yeah, so I think that will be dinner, and I'm actually looking forward to it because it's a very comfort foodie thing. So let's see, comments. We had quite a few. Let's see. Kay says stigma about mental health is unfortunately well and alive. Yeah, sadly. And then Kay also said, though I think that people are getting more comfortable talking about it in the last decades or so. Yeah, I think so. Although I think there's still certain mental illnesses that just get people still try to sweep them under the rug. Catherine added, we talked about your passion project. I get a much clearer idea of how increasing the income of people engaged with farming will improve the quality of life in South Africa. It will help in more ways than one. Yes, definitely. And that it's not just South Africa, but it's definitely something, a need that I saw in South Africa. There's actually a part of me, and I'm still thinking about how I want to do that, but it is something that I have been playing with in my mind to actually create a kind of think tank slash group organization of people who are also concerned about various issues. And then basically the idea is that we would then tackle issue by issue and see what we can improve around them and how. But it's still, like I said, it's still in the early phases of thinking, because there's so much, and it would be an international thing. But just to give you an idea of things that live rent free in my mind at the moment. Wide scale poverty, specifically, not just in Africa, but especially in Africa, because when we're talking about poverty in other places, it's an issue. But when we're talking about poverty into some countries in Africa, we're talking about people earning less than $1 a day. And now you know what bread costs. Yeah. So that's the one. Gender-based violence is another one, in my country at least. Third one would be breaking down silo thinking. In other words, like us versus them. Or in South Africa, we have a thing of like what I was talking about earlier of like we're not the only people suffering, is actually specifically in terms of we have this thing where if children are getting shot in the poorer areas thanks to gang violence, and that makes the news, then you always get these, sorry for the word, but fucking assholes that will go like, oh, but nobody ever talks about the farmers. And it's like, and then it's the same thing if one of the farmers get murdered and it gets into the news, then it's nobody ever talks about the children. And in the meantime, it's like, listen, if you guys both formed like a lobbying group and you started putting pressure onto the government together instead of going, oh no, it's not my little passion thing, so it's not going to be worthy of my attention, we'd actually get a lot more done. So that's the other thing. Worldwide, circular economy, greenhouse gas eradication, or at least getting it within sensible limits. Finding an alternative method of measuring economic success to GDP growth, because I honestly feel like between GDP growth and consumerism, and there's one other one, but now my brain isn't braining. But just between those two, if we can address those two issues there, they be the source of many of our social and other physical ills in this world. So if we can address those two already at some level, it would already be an improvement. So there are others, but you guys get the idea. My brain does actually like it hooks into things, and then it's like, so how would we? But I kind of hit against limitations on working on these things on my own, because I'm going to just, as good as my brain might be, and I'm just like knocking myself in the back of the head here, but as fantastic as my brain is, I still have limitations and skills, and I only think for myself. So I think having input from more than one person would be good, and I think it would be interesting to bring people together for that. But like I said, like I don't know the hows and details yet, but it is definitely something that I am thinking about as part of my overall approach to life of leaving this earth one day in a better shape than when I came in. So, but yeah, so the passion project that we were talking about is the one where I actually figured out an idea that I could theoretically, with the help of one or two people, get off of the ground. But I'm struggling to nail down someone who can help me with coding. And that's kind of what made me think about like a network of people with like-minded, because then you can connect with people who can help you. Catherine says some folks, especially those affiliated with the military, call box breathing or 4x4 breathing combat breathing. Oh, that's interesting. I use that terminology when working with guys' resistance to touchy-feely stuff. Yeah, well, I kind of make it makes sense, because again, when I was talking about shooting, when you shoot, like you have to, the ideal time to pull the trigger is actually when you're not breathing. So if you can control your breathing while in combat, it's actually going to make you more accurate. So that's interesting. I never realized that, but it makes sense. Catherine says, now that we have increasingly effective medicine, it's easier to keep people active in the community. I think it was JFK who pushed to open the chronic psychiatric units. Yeah, like I'm trying to think. Like I know somewhat of American history, because it's always been interesting to me for some reason. But I think you're right. I think it's him because he was very much like into pushing those, like, want to almost say social social issues to the fore. Um so it was possibly him. I think you're right. Not that you have to have my validation, but just to say I think I agree with you. um uh Catherine says, if you need input about mental health or community health issues, I'd love to help. I believe poverty is the root of all evil. A family cannot provide safety and optimal well-being for its members without adequate resources. It just isn't possible. It happens here too. Exposure to danger and hunger can cause permanent pain, brain and genetic changes in children. Some of these changes are inheritable. Yeah. There are very real physical differences between the haves and have-nots. Yeah, definitely. And it's even disregarding the physical issues. I've had this conversation with so many because, like, you get so many people like, oh, these children, they just na 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 na, and I'm like, okay, well, their parents are functionally illiterate. How do they do homework? Stuff like that. How do they better themselves? How do you even motivate a child to learn and get educated when the only thing that they see as their reality is that they're probably going to be at least partially employed, living in a shack for the rest of their lives. Um, it's it's like, so I agree. Poverty is that. I think that was the third one that I didn't mention, but like poverty is probably one of the worst social ills. No, it is poverty, consumerism, GDP. Oh, and that's the other one: stakeholder primacy. Um, those are my big four that I feel that we need to get under control because they are actively destroying our society as it is from inside out. So it was, yeah, I think, and that's also the thing because poverty is so systemic, but they are related to some of the other issues because we have the working poor, in other words, people who are working, actively working for corporates and stuff and not getting paid what they're supposed to be paid because paying low wages is one of the best ways to maximize your bottom line for your shareholders. In which case, my honest feeling about it is that shareholders can go fuck themselves. So that's one example. But like consumerism is a problem because it facilitates this cycle of poverty, and it's just um okay. So just before I go off on a tangent, let me just read more comments. Catherine says there was a Kennedy sister. Yes, I want to say her name was Mary Ann. Mary, it was something with an M. Who was hospitalized with developmental delays or mental retardation, as they called it in those days. Decades passed before the family admitted that she had a chronic mental illness. Yeah, and it's actually a really sorry story because I think his name is Joseph Kennedy. So JFK's dad was a piece of shit, and he actually had her lobotomized. So it wasn't just that she had mental illness. She was, as a result of her father's decisions and actions, not just developmentally delayed. She was completely. She was alive, but there was nothing left, and it's really tragic. Uh, Catherine says, stakeholder primacy, please rephrase and explain. So basically, what it means is if you are a corporate or a company with shareholders, it's actually not stakeholder primacy, it's shareholder primacy. It should actually be stakeholder primacy. In other words, you should be taking care of your stakeholders, not your shareholders. So shareholder primacy, the concept behind that is any business should function to encourage investment, and investors should be the first group of people within your company that you should always keep happy no matter what. So you need to make sure that at all costs you maximize profits so that your investors make the maximum amount of money, again at all costs. And this is what we're seeing at the moment. And because of that, we see stuff like people being undercut with their wages, people, cutting corners with quality, waste, because it's cheaper to waste things than it is to reuse them. So we need to talk about not putting shareholders first, but to put stakeholders first, and to measure success by that, and how such a system would work. Because obviously, it's it's the same like how if we say we stop measuring with GDP growth to say, oh, this is a fantastic growth in our economy, what would we measure economic growth with? And the reason why I don't believe GDP growth is a good measure is because it encourages consumerism. Consumerism encourages waste, and also a whole host of other social ills: depression, anxiety, poverty. So it needs to change, but what do we change it to? Because it's the best working thing we have. And I'm not, I still believe, like a lot of people say, capitalism is the best system we have out of all the options, but there has to be a way to make it better. So how would one do that? So yeah, it's definitely a thing. Catherine says, remember, there were no antidepressants then and very few antipsychotics. Yes, that's true. But from what I've read, is that this Kennedy's sister actually wasn't harmful to society. She wasn't. She was just. I think she was born with like. I'm trying to remember the entire story, but I want to say when she was born, she didn't get enough oxygen when she like at birth. So because of that, she had some brain damage. But she didn't, as far as I know, need antidepressants, and she didn't need antipsychotics. But her dad just had her lobotomized. So, because that was the thing you did when your kids aren't normal, quote unquote. Uh, Catherine saying, okay, so the current attitude is shareholder primacy, and we should be moving towards stakeholder primacy. Yes, correct. Because it should be anyone involved in being impacted by a business should be put first, not just the people making money. And then because also, just to give you an idea, shareholder primacy is basically one of the major reasons for why we had the market collapse in 2007. So, and we still didn't fix it. So I'm just like, excuse me, but what the fuck? Why is this here? But anyway, and Catherine just saying this first antipsychotic wasn't developed until 1955. That's interesting. I didn't know that. All right, so with that, I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. And then please, as I said before, please feel free to keep leaving comments and we can go from there. But it's just so that we can keep getting things done. All right, so counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you did. On my side, I had lunch. I thought I was going to do like eggs and all that stuff and avo, and then I'm like, okay, I don't have a fork. I don't have a knife. I don't have a plate. I did have a bowl and a spoon, so I made cereal. But yeah, so packing the dishwasher is very high on the to-do list now. I didn't realize that I've gone through my stuff to that extent. So I'll just need to go do that. Uh, but other than that, I basically just figured out how to seat myself so that I can sit by the fan and the aircon, which is right there, without the light being shining behind my head. So I am now sitting in the corner so that I'm sitting away from the light. But sorry, something flew into my eye. All right. I'm just quickly going over the things I've done because I just realized I haven't been updating my to-do list as regularly as I should because I keep getting busy with other things. So, which isn't a bad thing. All right. I think that's everything. Just want to check. Yes. Catherine says, "Don't you hate when you have to wash dinnerware or a pot to eat?" Yes, yes, I do. So much so that I will literally change my food. Like I will change my plans to avoid doing dishes when I'm not ready for dishes. So it's a long story. I don't really know why, but it's just of all the chores, washing dishes would be my least favorite. So thankfully, I have a dishwasher, but it's also lazy work to pack them. And actually, it's not even that. But to unpack the dishwasher is lazy work. So then I can't pack the things in. Because if I actually got into the habit of unpacking the dishwasher just when it's done, I could actually pack the dishwasher again as I was finishing my dishes and it would cut down on clutter. But do you think that Misha is in that frame of mind where we can do that right now? No. So we'll get there. It's a process. It's a process. We'll get there. But other than that, I basically just I made lunch. I ate lunch. I chilled a little bit. Updated my to-do list, and that's basically it, really. Time really flies. You think that 25 minutes is a lot of time, but it's really not that much. Just want to change my camera angle a little bit because I feel a little like I was out of balance in the shot there. So, uh, yeah. Next up, let's see what do I have. I've got currently I have like 16 ongoing things in my task list out of I want to say 38. So obviously I'm not going to get everything done, but if I can get the 16 ones that I've got on my list done today, I would be pretty happy. So that is my aim. So that so that I can have a sense of accomplishment, basically. So you'll see there's still quite a lot of a lot to do, a lot to do. I'm just quickly updating because I just realized I'm missing two things on my to-do list. So I just have to update. Up, up. Mm. Okay, so I need one more thing. Where, oh, where is that thing? Oh, where can it be? This is now also where just let me just show for a second what my trailer looks like at the moment. Mm, there we go. This is all of the stuff, everything that says 30 December. All of the things that I still kind of either want to or need to get to today uh, before the end of the day. So we have 25 here, and basically between want, need, and plan, I have 16 things. So it's a lot. But basically, what I've been doing, I'm experimenting with want and need here. So basically, what do I want to do? What do I need to do? And like everything else that just kind of are incidental to those two things, or the two categories go into plan. So I'm just kind of doing that because I'm trying to see what the impact is psychologically speaking on focusing on wants and needs instead of just being like, oh, this is on my list, I have to do it. Some things are on my list, but they don't have to be done right now. So this is just kind of a way for me to filter it out. But I'm kind of enjoying this right now, but I'm kind of worried that it's making my to-do list very complicated because, as you can see, this is quite a detailed Trello as it is, and now I'm adding more things. And then the other thing that I've added since the last time I showed my Trello is the small task list, which is basically the thing that if I have one of these tasks, like this one is to say I need to invest a bit of money into property there, then I break that down into smaller tasks, which are basically like either single actions or at least something that takes only a short amount of time to finish, which just basically helps my brain get a bit of a dopamine rush because it's just, I finished the thing, rather than having to wait until I finish the overall task to feel good about it. So uh, let's see, I'm missing one of my small tasks. I'm supposed to have 16 on here and I have 15, and now I'm looking for the thing that's missing. Oh gosh. I think it might be because I actually finished something that's actually done. So I think I'm actually going to pick something from here because of the whole approach to mindfulness that I'm taking. So 34, just going to pick at random because then it's just like a little challenge for me to chase down. 34, 30, wait, what did, 29, okay. 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29. Okay, antioxidants. So basically, I need to figure out how to get some antioxidants There we go. Sorry about that. Internet is being dodgy again, so hopefully that is the last one for now. So yeah, I'm going to figure out on a source of antioxidants and then consume that source. I have a few options, and the first one that's actually like hitting me at the moment for a good source would be hibiscus tea. Otherwise, I've got plenty of fruit. I've got rooibos, which is a very, very healthy. Rooibos tea is very healthy and filled with antioxidants. So I just kind of need to pick one and then go with it. Let's see. Catherine says, I unload my dishwasher while I'm making my tea. I used to whip through it in the length of time it takes to take 2 cups. Now I've slowed down to 3, but do something irksome, irksome next. Yeah, that makes sense. Catherine says, flaxseed oil, fish oil, vitamin E, vitamin C. You probably need vitamin D unless you've had your level checked. No, I probably am low on vitamin D. So I should actually look into that. Like what I have. Because I have like a lot of things. So I just need to... Because the fish oil, I think I'm going to probably get from the tuna and stuff this evening. Catherine says, flaxseed oil! I don't have flaxseed oil. I have to admit that. Oh no. But yeah, so I have to think about this. There's much to ponder. But yeah, so the idea that mind-body-soul connection is basically just it's kind of a catch-all thing for all the other stuff that I'm doing, but it's basically a general reminder to do things because you're, according to me, my mind, my body, and my soul kind of need to be healthy at the same time, because if the one isn't, then the others will suffer. So I kind of have this checklist to just make sure that I do things that basically take care of all the things. So I think actually pineapple is also very high in antioxidants. I just have to go read up on some foodstuffs and just check, because I have a lot of food. I'm terrible about it at the moment. I like variety, so I actually buy more than I need, and I systematically need to work it away. So I just kind of, rather than buying a new thing, I just need to use what I have. But yeah, it's worth thinking about. I see Kay is very quiet, so I wonder if Kay has fallen asleep now. I hope so. Poor Kay. All right, so with that, I think I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. And yeah, if you haven't recently, for now, for our little mindfulness awareness, being in the present moment, do stretch out, move around a little bit, grab something to drink, have a snack if you haven't recently. Catherine saying, I'd suggest you get your level checked before taking vitamin D supplements. Oil soluble vitamins accumulate. Yeah. I've emphasized oil because our dear friend spell check. Yeah, I get you. I get you. No, I wouldn't take like a full vitamin D supplement, but I think just having a good amount, like eating healthier, so just doing something that has vitamin D in it would be good. But I think I have, because the thing is I am somewhat anemic. I have to check those levels again. But the last time I went to check, it was when I was ill, and my doctor couldn't even get blood drawn for some reason. But it was when I had bronchitis. So I need to check my iron levels, and I think vitamin D and iron has something to do with each other. And then I know I have a shortage of vitamin B. So those are my ongoing things that I'm dealing with. But I think it's because of the glucophage I take for my pre-diabetes. All right, so with that, let me count us down. I will see you guys in 25, starting in 5. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up. Let me know how you did. On my side, I did some admin things, chatted with someone, just generally having like a nice chill moment, and I did some free association thinking. Not a lot of it, like 5 minutes. So I will spend the next sprint kind of doing some sort of free thinking and stuff. So just quickly, I'm looking into pineapples and interesting things. So pineapples are high in vitamin C, high in manganese. Oh, that's a handy one. Mineral manganese plays an essential role in the way your body metabolizes food, clots blood, and keeps your bones healthy. 1 cup of pineapple is more than half of the manganese you need every day. Cool. Loaded with vitamins and minerals, so vitamin C, manganese, B6, copper, thiamine, folate, potassium, magnesium, niacin, riboflavin, and iron. Good for digestion because of bromelain. I know about bromelain. And all about antioxidants. So, yeah. So pineapples are rich in flavonoids and phenolic acids, two antioxidants that protect your cells from free radicals that can cause chronic disease. And more studies are needed, but bromelain has also been linked to the reduced risk of cancer. Anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, again because of the bromelain. Good for post-workout recovery, not relevant. Cool. So pineapple it will be, because I really just needed an excuse. But yeah, so I will be doing the pineapple thing. And as for the uh, vitamins, so Catherine said pineapple is one of my favorites. The channel description shows that only one person is watching. Yeah, but there's like people coming in and out on Twitch, so we keep going. But I think like with regards to one person watching, I think that's you on YouTube. So I'm guessing that Kay probably went back to sleep. And then Catherine also said some B vitamins can affect your cognition. Get to it, lady. Yes, I actually at one stage went for injections, but now as far as I know, I'm okay. So I just need to go do that test again. But I do get B vitamins in mostly through the breakfast cereal, the one that I ate earlier. Is actually one that has a lot of it's what they call smart food. So it has a lot of vitamins and minerals and all kinds of goodies in it, like glutamine and like glutamine, I think ornithine, all kinds of stuff like that in it. But and then along with that, I also take a multivitamin. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. La 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 la. I'm basically just chilling out for a second and making progress, I think, towards what I wanted to do. But it's a bit slow today, but that's okay. It's good to have a bit of quiet contemplation every now and then, if I can put it that way. So that's also why I'm having some free association thinking rather than actively trying to do anything. But basically, what free thinking is where meditation is about like letting go of your thoughts. Free thinking is me taking a half an hour and just like chasing a thought wherever it feels like it wants to take me and seeing if I come up with anything interesting from that. And if I don't, it's okay because it's still very restful, but it's just a way to get my creativity to run and for my brain to kind of just entertain itself in a healthy way. So it's yeah, it's a process. It's a process. But I try to limit it a little, not limit it, but basically I set a timer for myself to do about 30 minutes a day if I have it scheduled. Um, but I'm trying to do it every day, but it doesn't always happen because some days are just fuller than other ones. But I find it to be a useful exercise. Okay, so I'm not really seeing anyone commenting. So I'm going to set us up for the next sprint. And then I will see you guys in 25 again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you did. Catherine said, I have early medication to take and then I can eat in 45 minutes or so. I think pineapple for breakfast sounds good. It does sound good. I'm actually looking forward to getting some pineapple. I just need to track down a knife. So as soon as I have done that, which will be part of my Operation Pack the Dishwasher activities, then I will be sure to do. Here we go. Then I will be sure to cut some pineapple for myself. But all things considered, we're doing okay. I unpacked the dishwasher during the sprint, and so it's ready for packing. And then I finished that free thinking session I was talking about earlier. So it's going well. And I'm glad I kind of did that because I've been feeling a little fatigued. Sorry, I'm just looking for something to make sure. Yeah, so I'm feeling a little fatigued, so I'm glad I could do something that was low intensity so that I could rest up a little. But now I should be able to get back into things again, so we'll see how that goes. And I do declare, yes, that I can go pick a new task. Just looking for my options here. 25. Catherine says, tea is made and a few light chores. Nicely done. Nicely done. So on my side, I'm basically just looking at what I want to add to my to-do list and go from there. Okay, that looks fun. So let me just, yeah. So I got my next thing to do today is actually to play a game of some sort, which is good because play is important to refreshing the brain. So I think what I'm going to start with is Myrtle, and then after that I will see what I feel like doing next. Catherine says it was low intensity but still productive. Yeah, I have to say my free thinking session wasn't very productive. Today my brain is a little bit all over the place because for free thinking really to work, it kind of I find that my brain picks up on like one strand of thought and just runs with it and runs with it and runs with it. But today it's just like it picks one up and drops it and picks up another one and drops it. But some days are like that, and that's also okay because then my brain needed the rest. But yeah, so yeah, I'm feeling like I'm making progress. Like I'm on the one hand, there's like the sense of I'm not being productive enough, but I think that's still a leftover from being in that super intense work mode that I was in for the submission, because my brain keeps wanting to go back to that, and I'm having to kind of keep it disciplined not to. So, because I do have some things that I want to produce, but if I don't get to it today, it's not going to end the world. It is, after all, Saturday. So, you know what? It is Saturday. Like, I didn't even realize it until I just said it. It's freaking Saturday. Why do I have work stuff on here? That is unacceptable. So I shall do that. That goes to Monday. Those I just realized that this child has done silly things. Okay, so I will work on this stuff on Monday/Tuesday because we will not be doing this. Okay, so I will keep the brand management thing because it's kind of a hobby as much as it is work. But the actual client work stuff gets moved because there is no deadline. I just want it to be done by next week. So it's taking me but like if my brain isn't going to behave on a Saturday, so why would I put that stress on me? That was rather silly. Catherine says, I have to try to get to the plumbing supply store. A section of the drain from one side of my double sink is damaged. Oh no. So I can't use that side of the sink, or horrors, the dishwasher. Oh no, that's even worse. Catherine says, I replaced it a couple of years ago. Envision, if you will, short little legs protruding from under a sink with a walker standing by. Well, I love that you're doing it yourself, though. That's awesome. I'm impressed. I would not be able to do that at all. Like technical stuff like that is not within my wheelhouse. Like we all have our weaknesses, and that is certainly mine. So I'm I'm very, very, very impressed. Uh, I'm just moving things around because now that I've realized, like, Misha Hirike, it's not Friday. I literally forgot that it's not Friday. I just saw that it's the 31st. Or the 30th, sorry. And now, oh gosh. Brain, 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 brain is a fantastic thing. Okay. So why am I even so worried about being productive? Like it's good to be in the productivity sprint, but like I shouldn't be stressing about this. Like my brain is so special sometimes. Due date. Like I'm not going to stop the productivity sprint because uh we are still doing the low-key productivity thing, and I will do another one tomorrow. Although tomorrow's one will focus more on analyzing my goals, the ones that I set for 2023, and just kind of taking a look back at the year and seeing how much I got done. And then around the first or the second, I'll be setting my new goals or updating my goals because I think a lot of the ones that I set will be carrying over. Let's see. Catherine says, I have to pick a day when I feel strong enough to get up from the floor. Yeah, definitely. I was seeing entirely too much of the ambulance crews. Oh, yeah, please, no ambulance crews. Unacceptable. And Catherine says it comes from being a frugal homeowner. Fair enough. That's true. For me, I'm just worried that I would break something. So in my case, being frugal is getting someone in that knows what he's doing. But that's just me. Oh gosh. All right, so let me just quickly check. Move. Okay, so I need two things to add to my list. La 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 la. I feel like a real dolt right now because I actually had two things on my to-do list that I should have actually postponed until Monday. So I feel very, very not impressed with myself right now. So that's the one. I'm just quickly doing that, otherwise I'm going to forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Hmm. Catherine says, I admit that I haven't tackled the newfangled gadgetry in the toilet tank. I can fix the old rubber float kind, but the other stuff scares me. Yeah, I've looked at those. Um, if there's something wrong, but most of the time I'm also like, no, I'm worried that I break it. But yeah, no, I'm also very careful around the new toilet tanks. The rubber float ones were easy. Uh, all right. I think I'm going to start us off on our next sprint. So I'm going to start counting us down soon. I should drink some water. I just realized I've been terrible about drinking today, and not in a good way. All right, so I'll count us down. I will see you guys in 25, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you did. Let's see. Comments. Lots of comments coming in, which I love. Catherine asked, does anyone here or on Twitch know how to substitute egg white powder for wheat flour when baking? No. I've never baked with egg white powder. So, I don't know. What does Google say? Let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see. What does Google say? Because I'm curious. Like, I know you can also look at that, but nope. I got nothing. Kate says, "What time did I fall asleep?" Oh, well, that time. Sorry. Let's try that again. Well, that time I did fall asleep a while ago. Actually, squints at the clock. Well, I'm glad. I love that you got some sleep. And Kay said, going to pop up, need to grab some breakfast. We'll leave this up for watch time. Thank you. Uh, Catherine says, I'm glad you got some rest, Kay. Catherine says, I found a recipe for the world's easiest bread. 2 ingredients, but four for me, since I don't buy soft raisin flour. Yeah, gotcha. Neither the pumpkin muffins nor the applesauce oatmeal muffins got baked. Was it only yesterday? Because there were too dang many ingredients to chase down. This will get easier. Will be easier though. I'm already thinking about adding soy flour, milk powder, wheat germ. Da-da-da-da. Because it's nice to know the recipe will work without it. However, the crust looked awfully pallid. Mm. Wondering if, like, putting a little bit of baking soda might not help with the pallid nature of it. Because I know baking soda is actually one of the main reasons why things brown up. I'm just wondering, like, I don't experiment with baking. I experiment with cooking on occasion, but when it comes to baking, I'm very careful. Uh, but it's a thing. Yeah, okay. Catherine saying I don't always trust Google. Thanks for trying. Yeah, it's the same with me. I don't always trust Google, but like I sometimes like to look at Google to see what they come up with and then go from there when I want to find a solution for something. But um but it can be weird. Because everyone, like, I think the problem is that when everyone posts their thing on Google about this works, but what they define as working might be different from what I define as working. So I know what you mean. uh yeah, so on my side, I decided I'm going to go do some baking at some stage today. I'm not sure if I'm going to bake or if I'm going to just make the batter and then rest it overnight, because apparently if you make muffins and you take the batter and you have double action baking powder and you leave it overnight, it actually makes a better muffin. So now part of me is in the mood to experiment, but on the other hand, I should just get it done because I've been threatening to make blueberry muffins for going on 3 weeks now, I think. 2 or 3 weeks. So, and those berries, they aren't getting any younger. Okay, so that is, I've put that on my list, and then I did some cleaning of my email inbox because it is stuffed full of things. I haven't been looking at my emails for a while, and I actually missed some stuff. Luckily, nothing too important, but still, I like being on top of my emails, so I just want to kind of look things over and cut out the things that I don't find useful. But that is basically where I am. Catherine says I'd have to look it up in Laurel's Bread book, which is under a pile of under other books somewhere. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Like I have almost. The other day I was thinking as well. Like I have everything I need in this flat, but it's packed away. So, somewhere out there, the tools are in a crate. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So on that note, that terrible, terrible false note I just sang for you guys, I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. I will see you guys in 25, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you did. Uh, Catherine, let me just see comments coming in during the sprint. Catherine said, I've read about making a large batch of batter and saving it in the fridge for a few days, making a small batch every day, but haven't tried it yet. Yeah, I've heard of that too, but I've also heard that it's not good to do that with like rising agents. But maybe I guess you can just chuck the rising agents in later. But the specific thing that was interesting that I would like to experiment with at one point is the fact that they said the baking powder itself is double action. So it works once by interacting with the flour and sugar or something along those lines, and then it works again by interacting with the heat. So that's why it has to be double acting. And I checked that I have double acting baking powder. I'm not sure. I just my brain isn't my baking brain isn't really following how that works, which I guess means I'm still an amateur. But yeah, I just want muffins, but not quite enough that I'm actually getting up to make them. You will notice. And Catherine said the Laurel's bread book. Catherine says I would recommend that cookbook for anyone who wants to be baked with whole wheat flour. That's interesting. Thanks for the heads up. All right. So on my side, I did. I decided on dinner, and I decided to order in because I realized that for all of my talking about making food today, I do not have dishes. So I still have to go sort that out. But yeah, so I decided to go get some food because, well, I'm not going to go fetch it. They're going to deliver it. But the point being that, um, I have to start cooking again. But today is not that day. But I will sort out those dishes before I go to bed tonight. They are bothering me now. So I will so that's definitely on the to-do list still, but uh, they will be one of those things. Like a lot of the things that I have on my list, if I don't finish them by the time I prepare for bed, I just move them to tomorrow. Dishes will not be one of those things. I will have that dishwasher packed and running by the time I go to bed tonight. That is a must. It's not even optional. So, oh, wait, let me just. Oh, wait, now I'm sitting on Chimkin. Oh, wait, I should probably go open the dog at some point as well. Oh, doggy. But he is such a naughty doggo sometimes. Um, and Catherine says, I have heard the same thing about batters. I can't remember if the recipe was based as some coffee cakes are. You might cheat and have some muffin mixes on the shelf. Yeah, no, I'm. That's part of why I am not quite as hasty to go do the thing because I know I do not have mixes. If I do something, it's going to be from scratch. So those blueberries are looking at me quite balefully when I open the fridge. It's like, you said you would make something with me. And I have not. But I know yeasts. It also depends because, like, some yeasts you have to yeast batter, or not batters, but like some yeast based things you actually have to rest for them to actually work. But baking soda, the article that I read that said that you should let the muffin stand overnight. Because I was actually the reason why I heard of this is I was looking if you can make the batter and then do the baking later because it was so hot. I was thinking I would make the batter and then bake it in the morning if it wouldn't deflate. And then apparently the article said you actually should do it because it results in a better muffin. But now I'm still a little unsure. But it did say that if your recipe it only works if it has double action baking powder in it and not if you have baking soda in it because the soda deflates. So yeah, and so baking soda is single action. So you can't, if you are going to use something with baking soda in it, baking soda basically fizzes and bubbles, and then once it's done, it's done. But I still don't know. I still can't decide. Oh, good grief. I'm glad I made that order because suddenly I'm very hungry. Yeah, so I am slowly but surely making progress, but it just keeps. I don't know why. It's just feeling like. Actually, I think I know why. I experimented with putting more tasks on my list today because usually I put 8 on there, maximum 10. And today I have 16 running. And I'm because I was just experimenting with how, or like what the impact is with having more tasks on the small task list. And I'm just feeling like not like my things aren't getting done fast enough. So I'm thinking that I've learned a lesson, like it's not a bad thing, but definitely having fewer things for me to focus on is better for my brain. But this is how we learn. Uh let's see. So yeah, I think with that, I'm going to jump us back into sprinting. Please feel free to leave comments during sprints if you guys want to chat. But I am going to activate the timer and I count us down. Well, not in reverse order. I'm going to count us down and activate the timer. As you guys can tell, probably, is I am actually starting to feel a bit fatigued. So I think I'm actually going to call this sprint the last one. I think we're at 6 hours. So I thought it was a little early, but I am a little. I'm starting to feel tired, and I can notice because I'm starting to make mistakes when I'm speaking, and that's usually a sign that my brain's like, okay, no, we're done for the day. Catherine says, yeah, I get that. Some days scratch baking is too much. I've also read articles that say don't add the soda or powder until the very last minute. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And Catherine also saying this conversation between us is interesting to us. Yeah, definitely. I'm always fascinated about baking things. Catherine saying, I wonder what the Twitch people are thinking. Well, at the moment, there's no one watching on Twitch. Like, they're coming and going. So it's all fine. And I'm sure there are Twitch people who also do baking things. But also, if you're watching my streams, it's because you like me and I like to bake. So, all right. So, on that note, I'm going to see you in 25, Catherine. Uh, Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, awesome people. Let me know how you did. Um, Basically, for me, I got my food delivered, and I tricked Chewie into coming into the house so that he couldn't jump like he has been jumping lately every time there's a delivery guy. And he was very upset. He feels betrayed, but such is life for him. He just needs to deal. But yeah, so I'm just going to eat now and then I'll let him back in. But for now, because he has a tendency to want to eat with me, and I ordered Burger King. So trying to manage a burger while having a dog that wants to eat with you can be quite a tricky task. So I decided to just give myself that space and that little bit of air. But yeah, overall, let me know also like how you did overall. I for all of my griping about the fact that I didn't get so much done. My official count as of right now is let me check. 33 big and small things that I did today, which isn't bad considering that it's a Saturday and I was quite tired. So I think I'm reasonably happy with that. But just sorry, I just realized. Oh. Ah, wait, there is a bean. I am being photobombed by the bean. So let's change the angle a bit so that the real star of the show is properly in the shot. There we go. So it's I got distracted. Yeah. So yesterday, to give you an idea, though, I did 77 things. So yesterday was definitely a better day, but I think it is the amount of tasks I set myself. I think it's better to focus in the beginning and then just keep adding new tasks as I finish things so that I don't have less or more than 8. But I think 8, maybe 10 maximum would be like my limit for my brain to handle, because otherwise I'm just not getting it's because I'm switching between these little tasks until I finish things. And I'm thinking the problem is if there are too many little tasks, I'm not getting back to the things that I had in progress fast enough for that flow to establish itself. So it was an important lesson, but yeah, that it was an important lesson. Actually, there's no but to that thing. Catherine says he can stay out until when he learns his manners. Yes, and our Burger King won't deliver. I'm envious. Yeah, actually, this isn't Burger King delivering. We have like this Uber Eats app. So it's Uber, but they focus on delivering food, and it was definitely so I like ordering from them. They really took off with during that thing, that little C with a 19 at the end. But it was it's handy to have them because it's everything is within driving range for me, but it's literally like just to drive to reverse my car out and all the drama of the dog and no. So actually delivery is a terrible thing. Catherine says squirrel. Yeah, in my case it's kitty. Catherine also says yesterday you were online for a longer period of time. Actually, I wasn't. I'm actually I almost stopped at exactly 6 hours last time, and now it's 6.5. It just feels longer because I started later. I started about 3 hours later than I did today, and then I ended later. So it feels longer, but it wasn't. Catherine says the food delivery apps won't come here. It's a poor city. I get you. That makes sense. Yeah, so I think my food is calling me. So I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you to everyone who joined and everyone who might have followed, subscribed, just refer to me, because yesterday I didn't know, but another channel on Twitch actually gave me a shout out, which I really appreciate. So just thanks to everyone, whether they're hearing me or not. I just want to kind of speak my gratitude here for a second. So tomorrow I will be back. It will probably be a mix, so it will have some low-key productivity, but the main thing is it's the 31st. So in French they call it Saint Sylvestre. In English it's New Year's Eve. So I want to kind of, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do both the looking back and the looking forward part, but tomorrow is about looking at my goals for 2023, seeing what I did, how I progressed, and then if the goals are still relevant to me, and if they are, how I need to adjust them to make it a bit better about, or make it a bit better for me to achieve them. So that is basically the plan for tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to start because I've been sleeping in, and basically my starting time currently depends on when I wake up. So I will see you guys when I see you. But it will be sometime tomorrow. Catherine says, go eat, have a good evening. Thank you, and you too have a good rest of your time zone, and I will see you soon. Tell your loved ones that you love them, and please take care of yourselves.